Hello, hello. And hooray, I actually got the chat to work properly. Come on. There we go. I was getting a little bit worried for a moment there. Would seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual even as we looked on. Maybe 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's aether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. Yeah! Fun times! I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of Venasian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Krile, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. Can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What, without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Yashtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. The desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alisaie, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. Now it occurs to me that I should probably turn down the game sound. don't mind me standing on poor elf, you know. My own grief is as a crushing weight upon my heart when I think of what Ida must be feeling. Papalimos' sacrifice cannot be in vain. We will find the means to deal with this primal. All I want to do is weep, but right now I need to hold back the tears and do what must be done. Ah, Svarn, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before... Communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Yashola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seedseer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to the proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones into Taro's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand. Man, we must really be making haste if we're just jumping right over. If it ever loads.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course, and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man. Are you all right?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Gridania we go! And now for everyone to pop in so I can teleport off where I need to go. Yeah. Into another cutscene we go.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon. Of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanau since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartanau while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
I mean, he does make a pretty convincing argument, I guess.
He makes me grind my teeth is what he does. But I suppose we don't have much of a choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Carteneau and take command of Omega. Cid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Carteneau being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Well, now that we have Nero on a tight leash. Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Ooh, a mystery present. Cid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alize is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. There we are. There's Cid. Svar and Alfino, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, but lest you wonder, Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timely offers of assistance, the thought of that man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alfino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... Ah, well, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Carteneau? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I should keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. Well, if Fino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit your Shola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Svar, pray accompany Alize back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Right, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. You are traveling with Master Garland, sir? The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Away we go! Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? I know Nier's a guest here, but we don't exactly have the happiest history with the Empire, do we? So my question to you is, do I offer him tea? Fear not, I shall keep a close eye on our new ally. One was created to capture Bahamut and the other to surpass him. Which will prove the stronger, I wonder? You must be careful, old friend. The walking weapons of Alec were expressly designed to subdue prowls, but men like Gaius will always seek to use them against mankind. It falls to us to ensure that Omega is never employed as a weapon of war. In the wrong hands, it would be bad. Ah, the determination upon their faces. There's nothing more blinding than youth burning with purpose. Ori Boulder and his companions left to continue reconnaissance on the beast tribes. They were adamant about shouldering what burdens they could while the senior scions were occupied with this cocoon emergency. Got all hands on deck, it seems.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
I love Gosetsu. Svarin, wait, could I speak to you for a moment? Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you? Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now if you like. Oh, look how handsome I am. It's even got the monocle over the right eye. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. It is very classy. I actually might have to do something with it, because I forgot how nice it looks. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, bring you home. May it always protect you. My blade shall carve a path through the Empire's ranks as a scythe fells stalks of wheat. Never did I think to hear Gosetsu's voice echo through these halls. Sometimes I forget how tall Gaiden actually are when I'm not playing as one. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I'll remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alfino, mayhaps you could return to Gridania and assist Y'shtola and Cryo? Fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartano expedition party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Svar and Ida and our Doman friends take care of security. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. Oh boy, we're going into a duty. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard. Given that Aline Royale was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it's not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. No, really? Could it be because of the sudden inexplicable glow surrounding you?
Now, where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
I'm in.
You watching, Papalimo? No retreat. No surrender.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
It's all over now. Leave this to me. This one'll sting.
Am I right to strike?
No holding back. Your defense is lacking.
Surrender! We have you outnumbered! I do, you keep KOing your own men. It doesn't matter how many people you have with you. It doesn't mean much if you keep killing them all. Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. Forward for the Empire! The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. Watch it go censor run off after him. I'll leave him to it.
You watching, Pabalimo?
Your defense is lacking.
I have you!
No holding back!
No retreat. No surrender.
Look upon a samurai of Dhamma!
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
It is my right to strike!
It's all over now.
Haha.
With soul and steel!
You watching, Pabalimo?
Your defense is lacking.
I have you!
No holding back!
Aw.
No retreat. No surrender.
Look upon a samurai of Dhamma!
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
It is my right to strike!
It's all over now.
I do, we just kicked your ass.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Well, what do you think?
What do I think? All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose. Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Then... I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Away to Gridania we go! One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait! We must first... The Elder Seedseer is expecting us. Worry not, Alfino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yuri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Oh good, I get to hoof it. Which means I will take a moment to drop off the new clothes I have. So I may as well free up my inventory. The Elder Seedseer awaits you within. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. You indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You were too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst arose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Gyarabania. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamican soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far East legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Gyarabanian side of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarupin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis system, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with Resistance representatives in Gyarabania. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamiga might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Ishola and the others have gathered at Amerise's fire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. Up on my shadow beastie. Fly on over. This totally isn't going to scare the crap out of some hapless soul or anything.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we? The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time. Ida, there is no need to explain. But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Sharlayan. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon. She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started? You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida. Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade. It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know.
Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she had scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. I have quite a story to tell to Taro and my sister.
Children of the land, do you hear echoes of truths that once rang clear? Two souls intertwined, one true love they did find, bringing land and heavens near. But flames that burned full bright soon fell dark. sacrifice a final plea to her kin. Yet this bond of hope by treachery was broke, scattering her words to the wind. Swelling over long seas of blood are a song, and death an afterthought to those who fight for naught. Alone, lying empty, in
That better not have been a, that better not have been a, join my guild request, because, buddy, I'm not getting to that anytime soon. Well, I'm kind of sitting through the credits, so I can't stop and pay attention to you, buddy. And I know I could technically skip the credits, but like, a lot of people worked very hard on this, and they deserve to get their credit. Sorry, buddy. Yep, it was a free company invite. Yes, we have survived the credits. I may have mentioned, but Elfino has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lise has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Garabania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. Quick march! The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. It is almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, Ilbert. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend... Your will be done. Unknown? My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. Far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. The dawn of liberation, the gathering storm of blood. He is a rather intimidating man. And that's it for Heavensward. I think I'm going to do a couple of outstanding quests. And then I will call it for a moment. My plan is actually to take a small break from 14 for a bit. I mean, I usually take it. This is usually the spot where I take a break, but I'm actually going to wait until duty support comes out for the Stormblood patches before I get back into it. Just so that I don't run into the potential complication of getting through Stormblood and only to have to wait to go through the patch dungeons, because I can't solo those yet. Time will probably either pick up some shorter games to mess around in, or pick something a bit longer. Probably both. Oh, there you are, Svarn. I've been waiting for you, and so is an old friend of ours. You remember Gilly, don't you? I was feeling awfully lonely without her, so I snuck out the back door when the chief wasn't looking. Look at her now. Systems down, no power to utter even a single blip. Doesn't it just break your heart, Svarn? Left alone in this wasteland for thousands of years, just waiting for someone to help, and as soon as she's done her duty, clunk, tossed to the side like a rusty old suit of armor. Well, I won't stand for it. He won't stand for it. I'm going to bring Gilly back to life, and you're going to help me. At first I had a mind to fix her up myself, but I fear she's proven beyond my abilities to repair. That's when I hit upon it. If we found a new body for Gilly, we could transfer her personality and memories right into it. It'd be like she'd never left. I know what you're thinking, and just where are we going to find this new body, Wedge? I've got 3 words for you. The Fractal Continuum. It's an old warship that was converted into a museum of Allegan technology. If there's any place we can find a new body for Gilly, it'll be there. And it's just a short trip away by Matter Conduit 667 to boot. You'll go, won't you? For Gilly's sake? Yeah, let's go find it. Let's go give Gilly a new lease on life. Transport is available from this location to the Fractal Continuum, the greatest storehouse of technological marvels in all of Alleg. The Fractal Continuum is temporarily closed to tourists. Access is limited to those with level 3 security clearance or higher. Unauthorized visitors will be removed via the Continuum's anti-intruder defense system. Thank you, and we hope you enjoy your visit. Oh boy. Collect pieces to go. Quest to complete. Sir. My gratitude for your timely return, Svarn. Would that it were under better circumstances. Our efforts to contain the heretic threat in the western highlands beyond Snowcloak have suffered a grievous setback. In order to support expeditions further afield, we sought to establish an outpost in the heretic's former fortress. Under guard, our craftsmen began the necessary improvements, and for a time all proceeded according to plan. Building work had scarce begun when Iceheart's minions descended upon the fortress from all directions. If I were to guess, I would say that they deliberately delayed their attack until sufficient supplies had been delivered to their doorstep. I do not begrudge my men their decision to flee. By all accounts, it would have been a slaughter, many survivors condemned to a fate worse than death at the hands of their leader. However, by abandoning our crystal stores, we have given the heretics the means to summon their patron saint. I beseech you, Svarn, slayer of the gods of beastmen, who banished once before the demon who threatens us now, lend us your strength, infiltrate Snowcloak, and put an end to Iceheart's machinations. Thank you, my friend. Though I pray you can stop her before she completes her ritual, I have faith you can defeat Shiva should it come to that. One of Sir Emeric's temple knights awaits you at Snowcloak. He shall guide you through the secret tunnels to the Aetherite at the heart of the heretic's fortifications. Once you may gain entrance to Iceheart's sanctuary as before. Yeah. Yeah, technically, she's not a problem anymore. Goddamn stairs. We're just going to ignore the time anomaly here. It is an honor, sir. When you are ready, I shall lead you through the tunnels to the Aetherite. You should not be troubled by heretics or beasts along the way, so you may concentrate solely on the task at hand. Yes, exactly. May the Fury grant you the strength to strike down that heathen witch once and for all. That. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. We're not having flashbacks to what happened on the way into Aziz's Law. Well, let's worry about knocking out some of these first, and then we'll get to those. Sparran of the Scions, you are, as ever, a welcome sight at Maelstrom Command. Our worst fears are realized. The primal Leviathan has returned to threaten our shores. We do not think it possible for the Fishbacks to summon their rapacious god without a considerably longer period of preparation, but there can be no mistake. Prior to contacting Urianger, we received a report detailing the almost complete destruction of a merchant fleet upon the open sea. Only one vessel managed to limp into port, bearing the decidedly unwelcome news of Leviathan's resurgence. Judging by the testimony given by the surviving crew members, the massive waves the entity leveled against the ships dwarfed anything we have ever seen the Primal Command before. Should he unleash a tidal wave of similarly empowered proportions, Limsa would be scraped from this island like a barnacle from a hull. It is with such dread imaginings in mind that I bid you sail forth to slay the Lord of the Whirl yet again. Our strategy remains unchanged. The twin vessel, the Whirl Eater, is already being prepared under the command of Storm Marshal Slafferson. Make your way to the Morby dry docks once your own preparations are complete. Seek out Sergeant Sternlona, and she will see you safely aboard the ship. May the navigator guide and protect you. Oh, this one I might not actually have to go through the fight. Or maybe it recognized that I've done the fight as part of a different quest. Storm Sergeant Sternlona at your service. The war leader's loaded and ready, sir. I'll give the signal for the towing vessel to depart as soon as you're aboard. Leviathan was sighted some distance from the coast, so there should be more than enough time to build up to ramming speed. The entire crew is willing to lay down their lives to ensure you reach your target, sir, so you just concentrate on skewering that overgrown sea serpent. Someday I'll get to you, Dunstan. There you are. Eh? Another initiate, are ya? No? Huh. Ain't no one says yes to that. You have a familiar face, though. Come to think of it, you bear a striking resemblance to a brave lad I once met. Helped us chase one of those goddamn sirens from Pharaoh Sirius, he did. What's that, you say? Speak up, son. Years of hammer have taken their toll on my ears. Any road, you may not be half the hero your predecessor was, but you know the saying, any port in a storm. Aye, that's right, damned if I can tell you why, but that hell's-born hussy is back, and she's running roughshod over the place with a crew of her song-snared flunkies. Me and Diamanda, we've naught to do but to sit on our arses till someone cleans the place out. Look, this is more than a reclamation project to me and the lass. That scurvy witch killed her father, one of me prized students. Swore a vow to myself and to do his name proud and restore the beacon, but these hands were made for hammer, not scuffling with sirens. What say ye follow in your forebears' footsteps and fight this one for old Mimidoa? I'll send word to David, the guard at the lighthouse. He'll tell you all you need to know. I had a sudden, strong urge to plunge into the water to see if I could, but, no, I cannot do that yet. I cannot just plunge into the water willy-nilly. Even if I could do that here. Hello, sir. Ah, adventurer, you've come not a moment too soon. The siren has holed herself up in the lantern chamber atop the structure. Right? I just want to go for a swim. Most directories would be through the front door, but I fear the siren is already wise to our intentions and has posted the most formidable of her thralls to guard the entrance. Our only hope to breach our foe's defenses is to attack from below through the flood cellar. If you cannot win this battle for us, I know not who can. Go forth, friend, that Pharaoh's Sirius may shine bright anew. Oh good, I don't have to do it. Let's see about this one. May as well just head on over to Ozzy's Law. Sit around and enjoy the view. I mean, sure, probably. Not exactly the most exciting view. But we do got a thunderstorm, apparently. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the air quality probably leaves a lot to be desired. And remember to use your face mask up here. Yeah, getting struck by lightning would be very inconvenient. I don't think I'm in any danger. Well, you know, you never know. Only thing I've got near me is metal. You think knocking on metal would work? Yeah, fair point. Oh, got a lot of minions. Got a hubby. Stick with MIDI for now. I'm sure he's not going to offer much color commentary for the next expansion, but he's a nice lizard to have around. Alright, if you're going to be slow to get me in here. Let's go pick up that other quest series. What I need to do. Bitterly cold when you first came to our city, when I stood waiting for you before the Ark of the Worthy. I think that was where it all began. So much has changed since that day. Forgive me, of late I've been studying the works of a Balladian poet king who wrote, "To ye who ask of things to come, give thought to what is past and gone." So rarely have we the luxury to reflect on the choices we have made, on how they have shaped our lives and the lives of others. Even I, a mere steward whose deeds would not merit a footnote in the annals of history, can see the value in this. I say this to you, Master Darkheart, because as you move, so too does the world. Please spare a moment to contemplate your journey while you can. The road stretched on, obscured by an endless veil of snow. Somewhere in the white beyond stood the great iron gates, and on the other side, a humble manservant who awaited the coming of 3 travelers. Party over here. A warm welcome to you, Master Darkheart. what do I owe the pleasure? Retracing your steps from those first days in Ishgard? I see. Well, no one could begrudge you for indulging in a little nostalgia. I'm reminded how much I owe to you and yours. Lest you forget, foreign merchants were subject to a frankly unreasonable level of scrutiny until relatively recently. Not so now, however. Now goods from every corner of Eorzea flow into our markets, and that, my friend, is change we can all appreciate. Merchants of all nations speak a common tongue, and its words are coin. Needless to say, there is little profit to be had in prejudice, especially against those who have received the patronage of a count. Thus, when the wards of House Fortapa arrived, she was glad to make their acquaintance. I'm gonna get whisked off during this cutscene. What will it be then? Ale? Mulled wine? No, don't tell me. Tea? Oh, so it's to be memories then, is it? Now there's a bitter draught that'll leave you wanting. Assuming you remember your own name, that is. Take your friend, Tataru. One moment she's just another girl waiting on customers, clearing tables and so forth. And the next she's got a dozen admirers asking after her every bloody night. And I'll be damned if I can remember how it happened. Singing those stupid songs, dancing those daft dances. No, to be honest, I think it was her stories that really won him over. Stories of a certain hero's grand adventures across Eorzea, told with a flair that'd put a minstrel to shame. Who doesn't love a good hero's tale, am I right? Yes, we've even got one about the man who built this tavern. He was one of the founding fathers of Ishgard, or so it goes. Now, as the Enchiridion told it, besides Haldrath, the only knights who survived the Battle of Nidhogg were the founders of the High Houses. Of course, these days, we all know better than to put too much stock in the words of the church, eh? There's more to our tale than just words. There's a sword, too, one which has been passed down from proprietor to proprietor since before anyone can remember. She's a rusty old bugger, but if you look closely at her handle, you can just about make out an inscription. Brothers brave and true live well, forgotten and content. A man who forsook wealth and fame and chose the life of a humble tavern keeper. It's just a tale, of course, albeit a good one. As for the truth, who can say, friend? Who can say? He knew everyone's story, though he would never share his own. An optimist, he wanted to believe in the best in people. Sometimes that faith would be rewarded, other times betrayed. But he would listen regardless, and he would hope. And oh yeah. What a quest we can pick up from you, don't we? Ah, Svarin, fellow master of the dark arts, and yet that is but one of the many faces you wear. Slayer of gods, rider of dragons, savior of Ishgard, a hero by any measure who stood against Nidhogg on the steps of faith when others fled. A hero who walks in light and fights for great causes, and a knight who walks in darkness and fights for the forgotten. Contradictions, some might say. Rubbish, I say, but you tell me, do you yet walk the path? So long as innocents suffer, I will not forsake the abyss. I thought not. Then let us speak as comrades. Ishgard has seen much change in recent days, and many proclaim it to be the dawning of a new era of peace and prosperity, an enlightened age. Yet as we both know, the brighter the light, the deeper the shadows. As Dark Knights, we must remain vigilant for injustice and be ever ready to defend the weak and downtrodden, now more than ever. It's been a while since we patrolled the streets of our fair city, felt the cobbles beneath our boots and so forth. A tour from the top might be in order, but we started the last vigil. get into this dungeon and finish it. Just in case. Mr. Darkheart, I was but this moment thinking of you. I had hoped to speak with you at Sir Emmerich's investiture, but circumstances conspired to prevent me from attending. I hope you will allow me to say now what I could not say then. On behalf of House Alanart and all of Ishgard, I offer unto you my deepest and most humble thanks. You wished your life to stand against our sworn enemy and freed us from a millennium of torment. Though we can never hope to repay you, we will ever remember you and your deed, that our children and their children's children might know the man to whom they owe their lives. I concede that the grand investiture would have been a more fitting occasion for such words, but I could not risk them being left unspoken. What brings you this way? As you can see, Knap Cowtop remains much the same as it did during the war. Though we need no longer watch the skies for Dravanian outflyers, the Vanu Vanu have proven themselves similarly worthy of our attention. I say, old boy, you have the most uncanny ability to appear whenever I least expect you. But enough about that. En revoir? Yes, my lord. Lady Leniate, I am pleased to report that we succeeded in infiltrating Vundu territory, and there observed the beastmen harvesting crystals at several different sites. Based on the volume of crystals acquired during our period of surveillance, I have prepared an estimate of how much time I believe it will take the Vundu to gather sufficient crystals for another summoning. I've also taken the liberty of drafting several proposals outlining how the Rose Knights might prevent such an eventuality, such as raiding these sites and securing their stores, as well as a detailed assessment of the risks involved should you choose to proceed. The Fury, I gathered you were clever, but I was not aware that you were capable of this. With respect, you are wasted on your master. Hardworking, full of potential. I think there's a place for you here with the Rose Knights, if you would have it. That you would even consider taking me into your service is a tremendous honor, my lady, and were I free to do so, I should gladly accept. But I am pledged to another, as you well know. Regrettable, but understandable. I take comfort in the fact that a youth of your talent and character will never want for opportunities. Pledged to another, you rascal. I thought I saw you whispering in young Salet's ear the other day. You certainly wasted no time wooing our newest maid. There will be no secrets between us. You must tell me everything. Where you've been sneaking off to together, what adventures you've been having, every little detail. Don't you dare leave anything out. I'm sure he will not. In any event, you have, jointly exceeded my expectations. I grant you leave to return to the city. Should the need arise, I shall call upon you again. Thank you, milady. I believe we shall do as you suggest. Until we meet again, Master Darkheart. Not so fast. The next airship isn't due for another hour, and we have so much to talk about. En revoir! En revoir! For all the lady's disdain, it was an old, familiar dance. To her, Lord of Mannerlane would always be the boy fumbling for a compliment, and perhaps there was comfort in that, a memory of home on the bleak frontier. you there, sir? 1,000 pardons, Master Darkheart. Had I known you were planning to pay us a visit, I would have seen that you received a proper reception. A feast, perhaps, or at least a formal welcome with the men in full dress. You have more than earned it. One need only look to the pilgrims who come in their droves to pray before the relief to see... Finally! Oh, it took long enough. Come on, everybody in. Come on. There we go. Got their act together, finally. Hot minutes since I've done this. There. Got all of you. I got all of you. everybody in on this. It's the other way, buddy. Which way do we go? It says it doesn't matter which way we go, it says we... Come here. Boy. There we go. And back to our previous quest. We'll come back to drop off Gilly's new body in a moment. Some pardons. Some abide in silence, while others shed tears. Not for sorrow, you understand, but for joy. Joy at being released from Nidhogg's torment. Sir Redwald, the shipment has been unloaded and the quartermaster confirms that all supplies are accounted for. Master Darkheart, are you here on official business? A journey to remember and reflect. Aye, much has changed since first we came here together, since I abandoned you to follow the heretic's trail alone. Yep. What an ignoble victory. Come, my lord, mayhap you recall the survivor whom you carried back to Falcon's Nest that day? Well, his wife but recently gave birth to their first child. Is that so? Oh well, mayhap I should pay him a visit. Oh, he would doubtless be honored, my lord. You need not put yourself to such trouble. Your responsibilities as Count surely leave little enough time as it is. Think not on that. I am still me, and you are still you. Whatever our respective titles, I would speak to you as a friend. This preoccupation with position and power has sown no end of discord between our two houses, to the great detriment of our nation. This is especially galling when one considers that much of what we have achieved was by virtue of our blood and not our character. So call me Count if you must, but know that I take no pride in it. Mayhap one day, when I have earned it, I will, but not today. Still himself, is he? An honorable man, mindful of tradition, he was loath to accept the assistance of a foreigner in exile, but when forced to confront bitter truths, he looked within and found himself wanting. Pride be damned, then, if it led one astray. He would set aside his prejudices and join hands with this gifted outcast for the greater good of Ishgard. Two foreign heretics against two knights of the Heavensward. Under the watchful gaze of the Fury, they would fight, and the winner's claims would be proven true. It was the opening gambit of a greater game whose stakes would remain unknown for some time. You are Master Darkheart, if I am not mistaken. We have met, though I am sure you do not remember. It was a seeming lifetime ago, when you answered the Archbishop's summons. I often come here to reflect upon all that has come to pass, and when I saw you gazing at the Holy Vault, I thought perhaps that you had too. You turned our world upside down, everything we held dear. Change, for the truth. They say it had to be done, but His Grace sought godhood. So, then perhaps it was the fairies' will that you prevail. But, say it, to believe it? I know that no man is without sin, but he was pious and humble, wholly devoted to the church and to his people. I knew him, sir, and he was a good man. Whatever else he may have been, I will remember him as a good man. To walk the righteous path, to live for the sake of others, to rise to the highest station, yet remain powerless to bring an end to your people's suffering. What Christ's salvation, then? What sacrifice beyond reason? For uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. This is most unexpected. Do you have business with the Admiral? A journey of remembrance, you say? Well, far be it from me to deny you. Unannounced or not, I suspect the Admiral would be most displeased if she heard that I had turned you away. Thank the navigator. I had resigned myself to another day spent listening to my advisors prattle on about the beast and its latest movements. Come, Svarin, tell me of your adventures. Well, there was this dragon. The Ishgardians sail in uncharted waters. Though I hope these new reforms of theirs meet with no resistance, it would not be the first grand voyage to run afoul of reefs ere it properly began. With Sir Emmerich at the helm, they may yet chart a course for generations to follow. Which is not to say our own doesn't need correcting. The Alliance has grown complacent. The bloody nose you gave us at the melee showed me that. Nor have I forgotten the lessons of the banquet. Rest assured, we will root out any further turncoats before the dagger is at our back. You have my word on that, and Lady Yugiri's besides. She had never been one to retreat, much less in the face of transparent theatrics. But this had been no ordinary battlefield, its rules of engagement anything but clear. So she would watch, and she would learn, and, in time, she would act. Somebody else with the beastie. Master Svarin, is aught amiss? I am both flattered and surprised that you should remember my small role in this tale, given the grandeur of your subsequent endeavors. Though I must confess to having derived some selfish pleasure from donning the garments of the shinobi once more, I am honored to have been able to assist in freeing General Raban from his captivity. And I believe I speak for all of my countrymen when I say that we are most grateful to have been granted the opportunity to contribute to the restoration of the Scions. Much has changed, it is true, and much may never be as it once was. But in watching you and yours rise from the ashes and rebuild, I am reminded that we must never give in to despair, for there is always something which may yet be saved. Will you be traveling to Ul'Dan next? If so, I would ask a favor of you. I've prepared a special unguent to aid in General Raban's rehabilitation. Injuries such as his must be tended to daily, even long after they have healed. You need only deliver it to his man, Commander Swift. You will see that the Flame General receives it. Greetings, Farin. What is it that you have there? Unguent? I was not aware the General required such stuff. And one of our Doman friends made this for him, did she? Very well. I shall be sure to pass it on. Actually, wait here. We have just this moment concluded a meeting, and I expect he would be glad to speak with you before returning to the palace. So, Commander Swift tells me that you came all this way to deliver unguent? Daily, she says. Huh. Well, mayhap it is best to be prudent. The gods alone know why you agreed to deliver it for her, though. Unless you mean to favor me with that rematch I requested. I jest, lad. You are on a journey of reflection, are you not? Aye, Merle Weeb said as much. Now you want to relive the moment you pulled me from the pit Ilberd left me in to rot. Shames me to think of it, that I was so blind to his hatred. Lolorito tells me that it was not always so, that Ilberd admitted to him he once believed that I would return to Alamigo at the head of an army. The years passed and I did nothing. For all my accomplishments, for all my wealth, power, and influence, I did naught to better the plight of my people. Not for lack of trying, but Ilberd didn't know. He thought the bull of Alamigo had grown fat and complacent, that my story set a bad example for our countrymen. Forget your homeland and chase the Ul'Dan dream, a fine, impossible dream which gave men the strength to endure their hardships and try to make new lives for themselves here. So the dream had to die. He would kill me, stir up the disillusioned, arb them at the monetarist's expense, and then... Forgive me, the Scions paid the price of my failings. The gods know I've no shortage of debts to repay, of vows to keep, and duties to discharge. But mark me well, lad, there will be a reckoning. Mayhap not today, mayhap not tomorrow, but a reckoning there will be. A refugee of a fallen nation, he had risen from the depths of poverty to claim a seat on the Syndicate. Yet for all his great deeds, one was left undone. And like sands through an hourglass, the years slipped away, taking with them an old friend's hope. Ah, the Fury, is that you, Master Darkheart? Forgive me, but what reason could you possibly have for returning to this god's forsaken place? Mayhap it is fate which brings you here on this day of introspection and reflection. You are come to Gorgonia Mills to accept the surrender of a half-dozen heretics who once fought for the Lady Iceheart. If you are intending to visit the cellars, I would ask that you do nothing to unsettle them. Wait, I know you. You were at the amphitheater with the Dragon Slayer. I suppose we owe you an apology. When you came to us seeking to parley, we were sure it was a scheme to lure out Our Lady. We were sure about a lot of things. When she first shared her revelation, when she told us that she was not Saint Shiva reborn, we assumed it was a test. Or had we not prayed for salvation? Had she not descended to deliver us from evil? She replied that our prayers were but fuel for a fever dream, a construct born of desperation and denial. She was no savior, she said. But when we marched upon Ishgard regardless, she pulled us from the brink of oblivion and implored us to find another way. And here we are, ready to lay down our arms at last. It's time. She considered you a friend. If things had been different, mayhap we could have been friends too. Farewell. Forsaken by gods and men, they found salvation in a revelation. They would take up arms against their own kind to set ancient wrongs to right. Cut out Ishgard's festering heart, and the war would be over. This they knew, believed with all their being, while their savior told them their efforts would be for naught. Well, if it isn't the great warrior of light himself! You slew the dreadworm Nidhogg, bringing an end to 1,000 years of war, and my very livelihood! Oh, go on then, strike me down and finish the job! Stab me right in the heart! I'll even lend you my spear if you like. After all, I won't be bloody needing it. Tell me true, for a moment I had you fooled. Be gods, as if I could hate the man who rid us of Nidhogg. Oh, unless you worry, that business about me losing my livelihood couldn't have been further from the truth. In point of fact, peace is proving surprisingly lucrative. As our nation's ties with Hraesvelgur's brood have grown stronger and our interests in Dravania have begun to expand, we have seen a marked increase in the number of travelers on the road. Needless to say, said travelers require protection, which we are only too happy to provide. Granted, such work will not earn you a lordship like slaying a dragon might, but it pays well and is far less prone to end in incineration, which seems a reasonable enough compromise, all things considered. As long as there are wars to fight, there will be those who take up arms not out of hatred or even a sense of duty, but for want of better employment. When presented with an alternative, such individuals may gladly trade their swords for sides, or, failing that, pledge them to a more worthy cause. Something the matter, son? Nath giving you trouble? A journey of remembrance, eh? God, it feels like only yesterday that Azale turned up in Tailfeather with you in tow. Back into our lives and gone all too soon. Did I ever tell you how we found her 5 years back? In a torpor out in the forest all by our lonesome? Aye, well, we weren't about to leave her there, so we carried her back here and tended to her till she woke up. Didn't say a word for days, Azale. Sat there and stared up at the sky, as if the ground held nothing for her. And it didn't, we learned, when she finally spoke. Yeah, you might think she's not one to smile, but if you'd seen her in those years that followed. Then, one day, all of a sudden, she says she's got a truth that must be shared. Up and leaves for the gods know where, and that was the last we heard of her. For a time. Redemption's not beyond us, friends. Come and hear the truth. Come and hear the Lady Iceheart speak. And they did, from far and wide. So the story went. Some said that there was nothing in it, but I knew. I knew. I think, Svarin, that deep down most folk want to do right by themselves and by others. And they try. Oh, how they try. You do, certainly. So did she. Yeah, he does. He's just a bun out here trying his best. Apologies, you came here to think on your own memories, not listen to mine. I take it the Nath are next. Right then, if you're to do this properly, you'll need to gather up your incentives, same as before. In case you've forgotten, that's a basket of fresh Kylum tree fruit, a good-sized jar of landtrap nectar, and a dirty great cartload of young Nenka flesh. Come on, lad, surely you can't be that bloody daft. You're more than welcome in their village already. Safe travels. Right, I knew that. I was just testing you. I didn't notice the unicorn either, but then again, I'm not paying careful attention to anybody around me. So I believe that there was a unicorn nearby. I just failed to realize they were there. Hunter of dragons and gods, I bid you welcome. What would you ask of me this eve? Once we would have had no conception of what you speak. The one mind does not forget, but we do. It can be most distressing. To remember is not enough. One must strain and give words to memory, and inscribe words upon parchment. This is the chronicler's calling. He wrote of how you came to Lothas Vath, and how you left to slay Ravana, and how the young hunter trained with the old hunter while you were away. We shall treasure these memories, this history you have given us, and when new Vath join us, we shall share it with them as well. Bound no longer to the will of the many, they were now free to walk their own path. Thus reborn, they would write the first chapter of a new history to be passed on to future generations. And as their culture grew older and richer, so too would their story. Okay. I'm filling out the map. Friend of Azale, warrior of warriors, thou art ever welcome in Annex Shrine. What bringeth thee to us this night? There is much wisdom to be gained from looking to the past, to walk half-remembered paths and mark anew their twists and turns. We too do this, though not through pilgrimage, nor less the written word beloved of thy historians. In song do we preserve the deeds of our lost and chronicle the passing of the ages. Naught hath greater power to stir our hearts. It was a dirge of profoundest sadness that roused Nidhogg's brood to action, a dirge which soundeth no more. Now a new song riseth to fill the void, one of hope rekindled, of war's end and peace's rebirth. I shall sing of thee and his elf ever after, that all may know and remember. In the chorus the fallen could rise once more, for none are dead whose names yet echo in the heavens, and the song would not end until the last voice fell silent. Heroes and villains, sinners and saints, all would live again. Well, yank my paw and call me a molebat. I certainly wasn't expecting to see you today. So calling yourself Svarin? Not that there's anything wrong with that, Kupo. Anyway, what are you doing here? Thank heavens for that. I was sure you were going to ask for help with yet another one of your exciting quests. But by all means, we'd love to pass the time reminiscing about the good old days. And when better than now, Kupo? Well, with your friends visiting and all. Wait here and I'll fetch them. Oh, glad am I to see you again, Svarin, and in Malcolm of all places. Kupo, it really is you, and just when we were about to leave. I think it wonderful, this pilgrimage of yours. A final reflection upon the past, that you might face the future with eyes unclouded and a heart at peace. Few would deny that the events of recent days warrant such contemplation. When last we stood in this place, I dare say none among our number would have believed what was to follow, young Estinian least of all. Upon learning what befell him at Aziz's Law, I confess I thought him lost. But when Master Alfino told me of your great struggle and of his salvation, I was reminded of your talent for the impossible. If you ask me, he seemed altogether too stubborn to die. I suppose it is no small feat to evict a spite-filled worm once it has made its home in one's head. With Nidhogg's passing, the children of Ishgard and Dravania may at last look to the future. It is my hope, however, that they will not forget the deeds of history, nor the many thousands of lives lost in their conflict, for only through remembrance will they avoid the mistakes of the past. We thank you again for your hospitality, Chieftain Moglin, and pray that you will one day allow us to extend you the same courtesy. I wish you well on your journey, Svarin. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Until we meet again, Kupo! Even in the farthest reaches of distant, dangerous lands, one may chance upon a friendly face. Though given to mischief and largely unconcerned by the troubles of the outside world, they came to understand Ishgard's plight and agreed to lend their aid. Eventually, that is. Yes, exactly. Crackling warmth of Alfino's campfire, savory waft of Azel's bubbling stew, the soft snoring of Mogan asleep on the grass. A cold wind blew that night as well, and on the morrow they mounted the steps and blew the horn. But having climbed to the summit with hope in their hearts, they descended dejected, weighed down by truths too grim to contemplate. I'm guessing you're probably just setting out on this very journey. Yeah. They got a whole dang ride ahead of them. I just hope they enjoy it, for all its ups and downs. You there! Over here, quickly! I should have known you would see through my disguise. But enough talk. We cannot linger here lest the guards recognize the Sultana. As you may have deduced, I was taking the air outside the palace when I saw you standing there, staring off into space. Have you something on your mind? Wrong, Lalafell. I understand completely. So much has happened. So much has changed. And all in so short a space of time. Even now, I struggle to make sense of it all. Yeah, both of them do like their pink, don't they? But one thing at least is abundantly clear. I owe you an immense debt of gratitude for all you have done on my behalf, and on behalf of those whom I hold dear. After I awoke, Papa Sean told me everything. It was a lot to take in, but nothing could prepare me for what Lord Lolorito had to say. That ruthless, manipulative swine came before me and expressed regret for what had come to pass, and, thinking to make amends, offered all of Teleji Adeleji's assets, as well as half of his own personal fortune to the crown. And I accepted. Long did I debate how best to use this wealth. There's no end to the troubles facing our nation, and no shortage of worthwhile causes. Yet none among our people have suffered more than the refugees, and it is they who shall be first to receive aid and succor. There's also the matter of the terrible wrongs committed against you and yours, for which I am in large part responsible. Nay, do not protest. It is the truth. Accordingly, I have set aside monies to aid in the Scion's rebuilding, if you would have them. Thank you. That would be very welcome, ma'am. Pray do not thank me, not after all you have suffered. And know that I do not think to atone for my mistakes with money. It is but a tool which I would see put to good use. Oh, listen to me. So much for enjoying a moment's respite outside the palace walls. It rather seems as if I have brought my responsibilities with me. I suppose I should return. Lady Lilira! Lady Lilira! You must come home at once. Father is worried sick, you know. Oh, confound it. You lot search this area. I know she came through here. On the other hand, it is essential that a ruler see firsthand how her subjects go about their daily lives, and I have not visited the market in weeks. It would be a shame to let this opportunity go to waste. Yeah, the Lalafell characters do tend to be a bit more expressive, I think, yeah. Svarin, might I impose on you to have a brief yet cordial conversation with those Sultan sworn? I leave the choice of subject matter up to you. Take care! They can pack so much emotion in a tiny little body. Yeah! Now, if I remember correctly, parts of that conversation go slightly differently if you started out in Ul'dah. She makes reference to the fact that, you know exactly who she is because you've seen her in this disguise before. I beg your pardon, sir, but did you perchance to see a young Lalafell noblewoman pass this way? Nope. Are you certain? Oh dear, Master Papashan said this might happen, but I never truly believed he was serious. Wait, I know you. You're Svarin Darkheart. What a stroke of luck! I can think of none better qualified to help us. You see, it is no mere noblewoman that we seek. But Master Papashan was most explicit about the need for secrecy. I forget I mentioned it. We will find the lady on our own. What cruel fate to lose her father as a child and be compelled to rule in his stead, and how the years had tempered her dreams and taught her, sometimes brutally, the price of naivete. Though outwardly unscathed by her ordeal, it was a wiser and more wary Nanamal who reclaimed the throne. There you are, Svarin. Higiri told me of your pilgrimage. I knew it was only a matter of time before you sought me out. Hello there, sir. I too have been reflecting on the choices which shaped my path. When I took to the road with my grandfather, when I joined the Crystal Braves, when I tried and failed to warn you before the banquet. I had my suspicions about Wilrid's death, that it was the work of a Garlean spy within our ranks, but I could not be sure who was involved, hence my desire to speak with you in private. I thought long and hard about how to approach you without arousing suspicion. Mayhap too long. Eventually, I decided to arrange a meeting through Mistress Momodi. Little did I know that bastard Laurentius had seen me do it. Shortly thereafter, the fourth received urgent summons. Needless to say, I had no choice but to answer, and soon found myself at the mercy of Captain Ilberd's band of traitors. They confined me to the Rising Stones, along with others still loyal to the Scions, Riol, Ephemi, Ergmus. Quite what they had planned to do with us, I couldn't say. Mayhap they thought we would turn, given time. Fools. Lieutenant Yuyuhase bid the Third keep us under constant guard, but when Captain Ilberd moved to carry out General Raban's execution, they were forced to withdraw all but a token force, which we took by surprise one night, and then it was over. One might argue that it turned out better than it had any right to, all things considered. Still, there are nights when I lie awake wondering if I had done things differently, if I had been more careful or more decisive. What then? But there is naught to be gained from thinking thus. We must count our blessings, must we not? We are still here, and most of what was broken can be rebuilt. You will see, Svarin. You will see. For the freedom of all. It had begun with an oath and ended with a betrayal, as the conspirators turned on their comrades for coin and country. The good and true were beaten and imprisoned, or else butchered where they stood. But even in their darkest moments, they never stopped believing that the dawn's light would shine again. Why, hello there, Svarin! Fancy meeting you here. Reminiscent about the glory days, eh? Aye, we spent many a sleepless night hammering away in that corner of ours. How's your mana cutter holding up, by the way? Ah, that's good to hear. Not that I had any doubts, like. Our craftsmanship's second to none. Quite right. It will take more than swirling winds and raging dragons to bring her down. And that, my friend, is an ironworks guarantee. Speaking of which, on the back of the field test success, we've gone ahead and licensed the design for mass production. Soon, the Skysteel manufactory will be churning out mana cutters by the dozen. Which is why we're here today, as a matter of fact, to make sure their machinists don't bugger anything up. Apparently, adventurers have been queuing up to place an order, and even some sky pirates. Ah, just imagining the sea of clouds teeming with our creations fills me with a father's pride. Right then, that's enough patting ourselves on the back. We've got to make sure the cutters are up to snuff, or Jesse'll never let us hear the end of it. From now till we finish, there will be no more breaks, distractions, and not 1 week of sleep, do you hear me? Oh, mumble, mumble, hurt chocobo. Well, we'll leave you to it. Till next time, eh? Despite the many hardships they had endured, or perhaps because of them, they greeted every new challenge with a smile. Their workshop, their battlefield, their tools, their weapons, they invariably rose to the occasion, delivering ingenious solutions to seemingly insoluble problems. Alright, filling out the map while I go on this pilgrimage. Through tempestuous winds they carved a path, reaching the Dreadsworm's sanctum, and there did they put him to the sword. Yet in the wake of hard-fought victory, were secrets laid bare in a vision dark and disturbing. The legacy of the fathers bequeathed to their sons and passed down through the generations. Old blood enduring in the new, the mark of original sin. And there he is at last. Gibberon said you were wandering all over, reminiscing about days gone by. Seems a bit soon if you ask me. It's not like I don't understand, though. Some days I'll be walking through the broom, same as normal, and it'll hit me all of a sudden just how much has changed for us. Well, I know it's a bit different from what you've been through. Puts me in mind of the first time I saw him and his friends up near the Aetherite, being shown around by that House for Tom man. Yeah. Oh? You never told me you'd met before. They weren't so much a meeting as a heckling, to be honest. When I heard their guide warning them off paying a visit to the broom, it stuck in my craw. You've got to admit that Master Alfino's the spitting image of a snotty little lordling. A little lordling that went on to fight 2 knights of the Heavensward with Svarnir in a trial by combat. Not to mention helping retake the vault from the True Brothers. Fury of mercy, it feels like a bleeding lifetime ago, don't it? As it was. What we've got now is nothing like what came before. The bleeding rebirth is what it is. Full comfort to the folk who died getting us here. Still, this piece is ours, and we owe it to ourselves to make the most of it. Meaning we've got to work twice as hard to make the broom a better place. And no more harassing blue bloods neither. Aye, aye. A world apart from the opulence of the pillars, they had toiled, shrouded in the haze of the broom. Sentenced to a life of hardship by birth, they dreamed of revolution as children dream of fairies. Then one came and went, and they suddenly found themselves with a seat at the table. Right? Hey, can you comp for transportation expenses or something? Teleporting around all the time is getting kind of expensive. Oh, clouds part and let shine brilliant sun upon Lona Vanu. Great Netherling warrior returns to Oakzundu and on pilgrimage of remembrance? Well, well. Know that we will always be grateful to you for your victory over the ravenous wight. No longer need we fear for the safety of our smallest islands. But Lonovanu is not one to forget Netherling's first coming, when he saves us from certain death at the hands of the Black Ones, distant memory though it is. Yes, his many deeds are the stuff of legends. We shall remember the stories and the heroes' names, far in Darkheart, for they are worthy of celebration now and ever after. An earnest, good-natured people, they had borne witness to the rage of their beloved god's twisted manifestation, and proclaimed it to be false. By the grace of kind travelers were they duly delivered from its wrath, the mad god's death signaling the birth of a new hero. And back to Rudania. I want to finish off this particular quest line before calling it a night. So I may end up having to move it over. Come on, everybody spawn in. Well, Metzvarn, what brings you here this day? Well, I'm on this pilgrimage. Indeed, though it seems an age, it was not all that long ago that we rescued Stola from the life stream. How quickly we begin to forget even those memories most precious to us. In my defense, I might add that I have rarely missed an opportunity to make new memories with my sister in the days since her return. Our conversations are largely on matters of scientific and professional concern, ancient Allegan technologies, primals, Ascians, and so forth. She has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as you know. Yet while I understand her desire not to burden those around her with her troubles, and to carry on as she did before, I do worry that her willingness to manipulate her own ether to compensate for the loss of her sight may have dire repercussions. She never told you then? But of course not. Would rather have defeated the purpose. You should know that the technique she employs places a tremendous strain on her body. She is, of course, well aware of her limits, and more than willing to ignore them should she deem it necessary. I pray you see that she does not. Regrettably, she is wont to ignore my advice when it does not suit her. Yet given your shared experiences, mayhap she will be more willing to heed your warnings. Her sister was under no illusions as to the dangers of the life she had chosen. Should the worst come to the worst, Yashola would do what needed to be done. Pay any price, make any sacrifice, and that without hesitation. She was a woman of conviction, deserving of respect and admiration, and no small amount of worry. So yeah, after losing her eyesight, Yashola has been employing even more forbidden magics to enable her to see, in a way at least. Exactly, because that's what friends are for. I mean, why must governing Great Gabi Nation be so difficult, like herding corals, stupid corals with muchly differing views on glorious nation's future direction. Yes, Slowfix knows he is letting emotions run wild. Uplander's welcome voice of reason. I like when Uplanders first returned to Idleshire, yes? So much venom in that one's tongue flaps, calling Gobbyflock thieves. But Slowfix saw a way to mutual understanding. Citizenship and society first step in strengthening communal ties. Gives all vested interest in continued prosperity of egalitarian utopia. Ah. This is the last one in the, this is the last step in the quest line. I'm sure if there is, that Slowfix will be the first to bitch about it. For the final objective of this quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal or the duty list. You will need to read the text carefully and decipher the clues to determine your next course of action. And now, Slowfix bids Uplander fulfill civic duty as citizen of Idleshire with hand-lending of great import. In caves south of settlement lives Old Crone, wielder of powerful magics used to crafty make frogmen that chase away curious gobbies. Uplander has made many busy deals with Old Crone, yes? And Uplander can appeal to Crone's better nature and make her call off frogmen harriers. Better nature, right. Right, exactly. I mean, yes, Master Matoya isn't quite as quite as mean as she tries to make herself out to be, but yeah, she's definitely made up of snark. Crotchety old lady. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I'm well aware that you're only here because you want something, but at least you didn't bring your little friends. So, out with it. Oh, is that what the goblins told you? That my servants were attacking their poor, defenseless scouts without the slightest provocation? Ha! The buggers were trying to eat them. They're lucky I didn't have my pierogas return the favor. You can tell them from me that if they try it again, I will personally feed them to my servants, one limb at a time. I do hope you didn't come all this way just to play errand boy for those dirty little scroungers. Aren't you a bit young to be going on grand journeys of reflection? Ma'am, I'm like, around the same age as you. You haven't lived long enough to have so many regrets. Again, I'm the same age as you. Same goes for that boy complaining that things hadn't unfolded as he dreamed they would. It makes no difference what should have happened to Minfilia. What matters is what did happen. The past is the past, and no amount of wishing you'd done things differently will make it so. You make your choices, and you do what needs to be done. That's it. That's the attitude you came here with the first time, when you wanted to find a way to get to Aziz's Law, and you would do well to remember it. Right? Right then, I think you've wasted quite enough of my time. It's bad enough that I have to suffer Stolla's unannounced visits. I don't need you making a habit of it, too. She was the sum of everything that had come before. Triumphs, failures, all essential, all indispensable. Had things unfolded differently, so too would she. What use, then, to mourn the woman who never was? There was only this time, this place, this choice. Yes. We will make it our mission to visit you all the time. Here we go. We're finally looping back to Aziz's Law. Oh, of course. No unannounced visits for us. You spy something on the ground at the landing's edge. Okay. A bouquet of fresh Nymea lilies lies at your feet, an offering for the departed. Thousand fires blossomed around her as she fell towards the battleship, a crimson star shower amidst the impassive clouds. Then came the azure light, faint at first, soon blinding, then shattering, casting motes of diamond to the four winds. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Child of man, chosen of Heidelin, aught remaineth for thee here save the delusions of the condemned. In my madness did I spy my departed brood-brother in yonder skies, though I know it cannot be so. Yeah, about that. What sayest thou? My senses are yet mine own? Then he whom I saw was but my dead brother's rancor clad in mortal flesh. And thou didst deliver him unto death's cold embrace. I bear thee no ill will, child. 'Tis beyond me. All my hatreds are bound up in moments ephemeral and eternal, my beloved's passing and his resurrection. I am no better than Nidhogg. Consumed by love, twisted by rage, I too sought vengeance without end. Yet thou hast since renounced it, hast thou not? Through millennia have I watched as time did that which I could not, as the men of Alec perished and their works fell to ruin, leaving me to think on mine own sins in solitude. What folly to despise man as base desires, when hatred's hand so effortlessly drove me to take Asian reed. Then look thou on him again with eyes unclouded, and mark how he laboureth to rise above his nature, how he and Racefelger's brood now raise their voices in a shared song of peace. 'Tis my dearest hope that it shall prove the founding stone for a bulwark against the dark. As time delivered Alec unto its reward, so too will it prove this peace true or fleeting, as I remain here apart and watch. Chosen of Hydaelyn, it is well that thou camest unto me in contemplation, for the road stretches ever on, and thy battle's not yet won. Perhaps there was hope for them. Perhaps, this time, they would learn and remember. But her part in the tale had ended long ago. Within this monument to hubris would she remain until the end of days, beyond redemption. Drop off this node that I have been meaning to. Farn, oh, do tell me you've brought me a new nacelle. I have indeed. Why, that's a functioning nacelle if I ever saw one. This'll do the trick, I'm sure of it. Flip! Auto-detecting newly installed nacelle. Flip! Nacelle detected. Reinitializing system settings. Initialization complete. Welcome to Ozzy's Law, Master Wedge and Master Svarn. Gilly, could it truly be you? Flip, the very same, Master Wedge, and running at optimal efficiency thanks to my first full-body overhaul in approximately 5 millennia. You really are too kind. Oh, no, that's my sweet little girl. Why, after all you did for us, it was the least we could do. I've got a favor to ask you, Svarn. This might sound silly, but I want you to take Gilly with you on your adventures. I want her to see that there's more to our world than this etheric waste she's called home for thousands of years. Yes, I'd say our little girl's done enough guidance. From this day forward, she's an accompaniment node, and with you, she's going to go where no node has gone before. Hooray! We will cherish her. And she will politely ignore the jab at her home. The Undying Ones were defiant, disbelieving, even as death embraced them. Then the Knights too succumbed, loyal to the last to a cause long lost. His body growing light, the Archbishop looked upon the arbiter of his fate and knew not what he saw. And then It was over. Naught remained save the eyes. Thinking to bear them away from the covetous hands of men, Justinian took the accursed baubles in his own and was duly bent to their will, if only for a time. At a friend's behest had they embarked upon their journey, and so, after their triumphant homecoming and all the pomp and circumstance, there was but one way it could end. Pay respects to a friend. And it's not going to give me guidance as to where to go, but I know where to go. I think the only complication there is that Middy's got some beef with mechanical beings. I mean, sure, he might be able to find some room in his heart for Gilly, but might take some doing. She's got to earn his trust. You have learned the emote Arshifa! Yeah. There's a grave for him just sitting out here. And I think on that note, I'll end things here. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be taking a break from Final Fantasy XIV until we get the last bit of duty support for the post Stormblood patches. So next week we'll be doing something else. Thank you all for coming, and have a good night.